Will these be I mean, can the community see these if they're interested at some point? Are we all set, colleagues here? Settled here? Just give everybody a moment. We've got a bunch of packets sitting up here and making sure we're getting all organized. So I will go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is officially a committee of the whole meeting for the Kalamazoo City Commission. And it is for Wednesday, October 15th, today, 2025. And this meeting is specifically for us to interview 4 candidates for our future city manager. And the first order of business, as with all our meetings, is roll call. Clerk Borling.
Commissioner Cooney. Present. Commissioner Decker. Present. Commissioner Hoffman.
Present.
Commissioner Pradel.
Present.
Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
Vice Mayor Hess.
Present.
Mayor Anderson.
Here. Thank you, Clerk Borling. We have a special agenda, which everyone has been able to pick one up outside here. Obviously, this is a short agenda, but this is going to be a long meeting. We're giving all our esteemed candidates who made the effort to come here and spend some time with us an opportunity to respond to a set of questions, which we'll go through here in the commission. And just before I ask the individual who's been helping us from Raftellus with this great process, Pamela Weidman, to come forward, I just want to say a couple things. Is that, just as a reminder for anyone that's paying attention, candidates did come into town yesterday, had an opportunity to tour around in town, had an opportunity to spend a little time with the subcommittee as that tour was occurring, just become aware of the Kalamazoo area for folks who hadn't been here before. And then there was a decent length, I think, public engagement opportunity, which happened over at the Catalyst Center last evening from 5 till 6:30. And a couple things I just wanted to say about that is that, one, I do appreciate that some commissioners were able to attend that. That really wasn't, though, an opportunity for commissioners necessarily to ask questions, and I'd say for the most part that didn't happen. But just a reminder here, one of the big responsibilities under the charter is for the city commission to hire a city manager. And a reminder along those lines is that very few people at the city of Kalamazoo actually report to the city commission. It is a handful. It's actually 5 people under the charter, and one of them is now contract, so it's just 4 folks. One of those is the city manager. So part of the process for this very important decision, for me anyway, and I think commissioners here who were able to attend took advantage of this, is that we've certainly spent a lot of time looking at history, looking at their CV. Pamela has spent a great deal of time looking at the information that came from the commission and the community in terms of what we're looking for in a new city manager. But one of the pieces that we had an opportunity to experience for the meet and greet was just to see how people, what's the demeanor of a candidate when in a more public space, when answering questions from the community, and make whatever evaluation we wanted to out of that experience. So that was helpful for me, and I have a feeling it was helpful probably for the other commissioners who were able to attend. Just another kind of point on this whole evaluation continuum that leads to this evening. And community input after this evening and before we actually make our final decision. Another reminder is that no decisions are being made this evening. That is scheduled for later. One other just specific thing I wanted to say is that I did hear some concerns about people having a little bit of a hard time hearing where we were at the Catalyst Center. A couple people expressed that to me. I experienced the same thing. Sometimes I felt like I was leaning in a little bit just to try to hear what candidates were saying. There was certainly a decent-sized group of people generally around every candidate at one time. So I apologize that sometimes a little hard to hear, but I also kind of want to remind people why we were there. And for those of you who have participated in a search for our great city attorney here not so long ago, we did that community meet and greet right here in the community room. And that was not a good situation. It was too small of a room. It really didn't allow for the kind of interaction that we would have wanted. So I think we were able to get more of that at the Catalyst Center. I hope people feel that way. There was a little more room to spread out and have those somewhat individual conversations. But granted, it was a little hard to hear. So sorry about that. I don't know if we'll find the perfect place if we need to the next time we go through this, but moving over there was an effort to say, hey, community here at the City Hall didn't work. Let's find another place to do that that's open and welcoming to the community and great attendance. I was very, very happy to see how many people were able to take time out of their evening, beautiful evening last night, to come and attend the meet and greet event. So here we are in this process now where we're getting to interact, ask specific questions of the candidates, and just to help us just kind of get set on where we are, I would like to ask Pamela Weidman from Atellus to come forward and just kind of set the stage for us this evening. Thanks, Pamela.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Again, my name is Pamela Weidman. On behalf of Raftellus, allow me to thank you for the opportunity to lead the recruitment for your next city manager. Tonight is indeed an extremely exciting night here in the city of Kalamazoo. Over the past several months, the Commission and you, the community, have been engaged in the recruitment process for your next city manager. Allow me to extend a special thank you to the subcommittee, Vice Mayor Hess, Commissioners Pradle and Wilson, and to some of the city staff. These individuals have done lots of heavy lifting to get us to this point tonight. The commissioners engaged in a national search with your input, and Raftellus began our work in August. Since that time, many of you have provided public comment, you've participated in community sessions, or responded to the community survey, which was made available in English and multiple other languages. The survey was online and it was here at City Hall. Through the community's participation, we received over 400 responses to the survey, which has been shared with the city, has been shared on the city manager's landing page. Many of tonight's questions were derived based on input received from the community. These questions have not been previously released to the candidates or to the public. The process is intended to give each candidate an equal opportunity to respond to the Commission's questions tonight. As has been previously said, last night, many of the community members attended the meet and greet, where each community members had a chance to spend time with each of the final 4 candidates. As a follow-up to last evening's meeting, the community is encouraged to share your thoughts about each candidate with the Commission through, again, an online or a paper survey until Friday, October the 17th. Tonight, the Commission will interview each of the candidates. The commissioners have a set of questions that they will ask each candidate. Mayor Anderson will begin each time by asking the first question, and we will go around the dais in your normal fashion with the remaining questions. After tonight's meeting, the next steps include reviewing the community's feedback. After tonight, the next steps include a review of the community's feedback, and the Commission will make the final decision about who the next city manager is during the October 20th meeting. At this time, thank you again for the opportunity, and I'd like to turn the meeting back to Mayor Anderson.
Thank you so much, Ms. Weidman. I really appreciate all the effort you've put in. I mean, really, I think we have felt like we were your only client, and I know that's not the case, but I mean, I really feel like the personal attention and the engagement has been very, very important for this process and really gotten us to a great place. So thank you very much, yes. So at this point, we are ready for the first candidate, and just as a reminder, these names, it was not alphabetical order, this was a random order selection that Pamela Weidman took care of for us, so the order that you see was kind of like drawing names out of a hat, and that's how that happened. So our first candidate this evening is Malcolm Hankins, and I think Pamela's going to, ready for him? All right. So we have an hour set aside. What's that?
50 minutes, sir.
50 minutes. Thank you, Attorney Leal. Welcome, sir. And Attorney Leal, I guess, is partly serving as timekeeper this evening. So welcome, Mr. Hankins. Great to have you here. And we are going to go around here and ask questions kind of in order, round robin style. And I will start with the first one, and then we'll just work our way around here. So nice to have you here, and let's get started.
Thank you.
We have reviewed your cover letter, resume, and other application materials. Tell us what specific skills and experiences you bring to this position and why you are interested and uniquely qualified to become our next city manager.
Thank you. First, I want to thank you all again for including me in this process. And go ahead.
I'm just going to, a little mic etiquette is you have to be a little close to it. We're going to want to make sure, obviously, this is being broadcast, everybody can hear. So sorry to interrupt. But
How's that?
Okay.
Is that better?
Yes.
I've appreciated the process. It's clear that some time was taken, and it's been very intentional. And I'm very glad that you all have gotten to a place where you feel that I'm one of the potential candidates for the role. My experience, in answer to your question, you'll notice that my experience in government dates back to 1999 or somewhere around there. I forget the actual year now. But I have 35 years in government. A lot of my experience is uniquely dedicated to neighborhood work. So I've been in spaces in multiple communities and cities of various sizes that deal with neighborhood issues. That includes engagement at every level. I've been the person standing in front of meetings where people have contentious issues or differences of opinions with government, and those spaces are not a space that I'm not comfortable in. I've also been in places where I've had to deliver information that's not always the best, but again, being a person who works with neighborhoods, you don't run away from voices that dissent with your opinions. And so I've spent a lot of time cultivating my ability to have those conversations. Beyond my experiences in neighborhoods and community engagement, a lot of my experience deals with housing, affordable housing. Some of my experience deals with development, so neighborhood services, development services, everything from permitting to maintenance of structures once they've been built. My background, I started early in my career as a housing inspector. So I did spend some time actually inside properties to make sure that the housing met the standards for habitability. And so that is one of the things that I bring to the table. And if I'm running long on my time, I'll keep an eye on the clock. I do want to say that I'm intrigued by this opportunity in this community because I can see the work that you've done in planning. I see all the goals that are set, the planning, everything from economic development to your strategic plan. I think that this is a good time for a person who comes into an organization to have a roadmap and to walk into that roadmap and work with the community to meet the goals that this commission has set.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you. Welcome, Malcolm.
Thank you.
As you have prepared for this interview, you have had the opportunity to research the city of Kalamazoo. Please share with us what you feel are the top 3 opportunities or challenges currently facing the community right now.
Good question. Just in hearing from people that I met with last night and watching some of the things I've researched, I think that there's an awareness that affordable housing is one of the priorities of this community. Finding a way to provide housing to folks at different income levels, and make sure that everyone has an opportunity to live without being burdened by cost. I think at the same time, this commission is committed to lifting up the community as a whole. So economic development that takes into account every individual and the possibility that when you thrive, everyone thrives together. And so I've seen that, and I believe that that's an opportunity and challenge. I think that as we start to move forward, and I said we, so forgive me if I start to speak in future tense, but as things start to move forward, as development occurs, there's always going to be the challenge of making sure that people aren't left in the wind or displaced by that development. So those are challenges. I think there's an opportunity for some engagement in the community that maybe goes beyond what we've done in the past. So I think voices that aren't necessarily sitting at the table all the time, you might have to look for in a different way. I've noted that you have an engagement protocol, policy, and I believe that it's a good framework and good work. I think we have to also look for folks that aren't always at the table and find ways to bring them in, even if that means we go to them and find ways to reach them. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good to see you again. Could you share with us how you describe the role of city manager in the commission manager form of government and your approach to leading in a role as a city manager?
Yes, thank you. I think that as a city manager in a form of government like this one, you all as commissioners set the policy direction. I think that's the direction that anyone in this role has to understand. I'm not a policy creator, but as you develop policies and you bring those forward, my job is to implement said policies. My job also is to understand you and to create communication strategies or pathways so that I can hear from you and make sure that I know exactly where you want to go in the policies that you're putting forth. I think another part of my role is to bring you enough information to assist you in your policy discussions. I have to be able to come to you and say, based on my experience and based on things that I'm hearing from the community, to share enough information with you so that as you make your policy decisions, you can make informed decisions from that standpoint. And also, my responsibility as a city manager is to be a leader for the staff that are in the government. I believe that I set the vision for the organization, and I ensure that the policies that you guys, you all have put forth, that I can create the pathway for the folks who work for the city to make those happen.
Thank you.
And you'll have to excuse me if a few folks and all that comes out. I'm from Texas, so every now and then it'll pop up on me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hankins.
Good afternoon.
Could you describe your approach to interacting with elected officials, especially when there is significant disagreement on a key issue? What is your approach to building and maintaining trust, productive communication, and good relationships within the governing body?
Thank you for the question. I believe that I have to have a trusting relationship with you as a collective body, but also as individuals. Part of the way that I believe that occurs is that I don't choose sides. I'm not here to be the tiebreaker in any situation, but I'm here to hear from you and provide information. And if I find those differences, to figure out a way to create a communication channel that's within the law, of course, where we can figure out what the distinctions are. And if there's a way that a policy decision can be implemented and to meet the objectives after that clarity, then I'm standing ready to make that happen. But at a personal level, I plan to communicate transparently, openly, and honestly. I plan to seek clarification whenever I'm unclear about what the issues might be. I'm a listener, but I'm also someone who's looking to solve problems. So if there's an issue that creates some dissension or difference, if I can figure out what that is and help to communicate a path forward, that's what I'll do.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins, for being here today. Can you describe a time when you were asked to advance a policy or a program that you disagreed with, and what was your approach?
So I'll start to talk about the approach, and it'll probably fit a number of challenges I've faced. My approach is always to understand my role in the situation. I understand that I don't create the policies. I understand the structure of government, and I understand where I fit into that space. Unless something is being asked of me that is morally or ethically a problem with me, I understand that I'm going to be asked to do things that I don't always agree with. And so in 35 years in government, I can probably say that that happens all the time at some level. It's not an oddity for me. So to call out one, I will try. I think there was a time in a community I worked where I was asked to help to further a policy about breed-specific animals and a prohibition against pit bulls, et cetera. And there was a lot of discussion over whether or not certain animals should fit into that policy or not. And so there was a big debate over whether or not we stuck with a specific type dog. I know this is a weird example, a specific type animal, or a broader consideration of dangerous animals as a whole. At the time, there was an intentional focus on a specific animal, which created challenges for folks in the community. And so either way, I understood that the mandate that I had was to take forward the policy directive that I had been given. And that's what we did. Thank you.
I'll give you a second.
I appreciate that.
Thank you for being here again. Share with us the most challenging ethical issues you have faced in your career.
Most challenging ethical issues. This is going to be an answer, and I hope that you appreciate it. It's not necessarily going to be an example of an ethical issue I faced, because I try to move in a way that I don't present myself for those opportunities. And I know that's a hard answer, but I think that I approach the way I do business, do work, do relationships with individuals, that I'm not presented with those spaces quite often. And so I like to hold a standard of ethics and morals, and I'm forward with that. And so I haven't had a whole lot of indications or instances where folks have placed me or I've placed myself in a position where I've been morally or ethically challenged in my role. And if I think of one later in this interview, I will definitely bring it back.
Okay, Mr. Hankins. Some of the top priorities for the next city manager include addressing the issues of affordable housing and homelessness, and downtown redevelopment and infrastructure improvements. As our next city manager, how would you approach downtown development in a way that supports growth and revitalization while balancing the issue of displacement for vulnerable members of our community? Also, please share any relevant experience you have in each of those areas.
Okay. All right, that's a lot. You know, this is a part of a conversation that I've heard, and I did hear some of this during the meet and greet. Some of the answers will be the same. I think it's important whenever there's growth and development that we engage with the folks who are going to be impacted early in the process. I think first and foremost, you find out what the pulse is of the people who are going to be impacted. First, you have to know who they are, and don't discount the folks who may not be voices that you see or hear on a regular basis. Be very intentional in finding out where they stand and what they need. Once you've gotten to that point, I think you frame your approach around some of the feedback that you receive. I don't think you want to shy away from the hard questions. Like, what does it mean if this is a prosperous opportunity for us, if at the same time it harms other folks? I take the position that we do have to be mindful of what happens to the people who have the least resources in our community. So we have to be mindful of that. I think it's, when you mention homelessness, I can tell you that there have to be creative ways to get voices of the people who are unhoused heard. They're a part of our resident community, and so when we talk about residents in our community, if we're not speaking and thinking that people who are unhoused are part of that, then I think we have to review that thinking and find ways to get their voices. If I could ask you, Commissioner, to repeat the question, because
Sure, yeah.
I want to waver.
Some of the top priorities for the next city manager include addressing the issues of affordable housing and homelessness, downtown redevelopment, and infrastructure improvements. As our next city manager, how would you approach downtown development in a way that supports growth and revitalization while balancing the issue of displacement for vulnerable members of our community? Also, please share any relevant experience you have in each of these issues.
And I should have started with the very thing I started the interview with. There's been quite a bit of work in the plans that you've already established in the city. And so there would be a first step of looking at what's already in place, the planning that's already taken place. I believe that the economic development strategy that you have already has a nice roadmap that I've viewed. I think I believe there are 39 direct initiatives or action steps that I found in the economic development strategy. And in that, I believe only 5 of those are long-term, which tells me that in the medium or near term, there are 13 or so that are right now. And so part of my responsibility as an incoming city manager would be to open up that plan and start to kind of assess where we are in that process. See where there's opportunities for me to move the needle forward and find ways to ensure that, in accordance with your own strategy, that as we lift up the folks in our community, that no one is left behind. My experience around homelessness is fairly broad. I've worked in spaces of homelessness in pretty much every community that I've worked. My personal life and personal work outside of government is involved in things related to homelessness. Affordable housing, my role either as a part of the portfolio that is under me has involved affordable housing initiatives, as well as using strategies to promote development of housing through TIF, tax increment finance, or development agreements that promote incentives for folks who have prioritized affordable housing. So.
Thank you.
How am I doing on time? I see the time, but I don't know how many questions there are. 2 more?
You're doing fine, sir.
All right.
This is the 8th question, and then there will be another question from the mayor and time for you to ask us some questions. So, the city of Kalamazoo is a very collaborative community. Describe your approach to establishing relationships, more specifically, advancing equitable practices for diverse groups or traditionally underrepresented populations within our community and in the workplace.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So I'll start with the workplace. I've worked in a number of environments where equity was a priority. In our current community where I work, part of my area of responsibility includes the department that is directly responsible for the work of equity. As we were able, we implemented an equitable services team. So we have a group of staff who work and focus across departments on issues of equity and ensuring that the policies and the work of the city influences or does not leave anyone behind. So that's part of it. Our council in that community also adopted an equitable framework. And so that set the stage for us to do that work. And so that's part of my direct responsibility, not direct responsibility, but oversight of the office that does that work. Can I ask you to repeat the question, Jessica?
City of Kalamazoo is a very collaborative community. Describe your approach to establishing relationships, more specifically, advancing equitable practices for diverse groups or traditionally underrepresented populations within our community and in the workplace.
Thank you. And so, again, part of what I believe in is going to those spaces where those diverse people are, and being in a space where you can develop relationships that go beyond times of problem or times of challenge. I've said this, and I said it even in our meet and greet. I think part of the strength of a proactive approach is that you get to have time with people before there's a challenging situation at hand. And so get into those spaces, find out what people prioritize, hear from them directly, and create trusting relationships up front. Have an awareness of equity in general, that it's not equality, that you're not trying to provide the same thing to everyone, because that's not the end goal. And being willing to stand in the gap and speak when even it doesn't appear to impact you, but we all know that if you sit quiet when inequity exists, then it's going to affect you. It's going to affect everyone, a broader group. So, thank you.
Thank you very much again. So I have the last question, which is really very open-ended and gives you an opportunity to speak about what you specifically would like to speak about. So the question is there anything else you feel we should know about you? And do you have questions for us?
Sure. Thank you. And again, I want to first say I've been in this process, and I appreciate the intentional steps that you took to make this a meaningful process for the candidates. I come to this interview with an open mind and not knowing exactly what you're going to need for a city manager, but I'll tell you what I bring. I'll bring a person who's committed to problem solving, to finding solutions. My leadership approach is one that strives to be a servant leader. My goal is to not take what you've done and disregard it, but instead to take the good that's already been done and build upon it. I've taken a tour of the community. I've spent some time outside of the formal tour on my own. I spoke to a few gentlemen across the street at the park a little bit before the interview. I think there are a lot of people who appreciate this community. And at the same time, I think there are some folks who want to be more a part of the community, who feel like they can have more engagement and more voice in the community. And so if there's not a need for somebody whose mindset is to move things forward, or someone whose mindset is to problem solve, that would be a challenging space. I do want to be in a space where I add value. My 35 years in government are not just numbers on a page. Everything that I've done in my career involves some element of work. I've had to know things, take some hard lessons. I've had failures, and those failures have helped me to know what not to do going forward. When you do this work, you understand that every voice that stands up at this dais at a council meeting, they're doing it because they have a reason. Even if it may not be articulated in a way that we appreciate, we have to understand that also folks have passion for a reason. They care about their community. They care about what's going on in their neighborhoods. I'm here to be a person who doesn't shy away from those conversations, those tough conversations. For a commission, my commitment is to be transparent, to understand how you want to see things done from a communication standpoint. I want to know what allows you to be effective at your decision-making so that I can make sure that I deliver that. I also don't want to waste your time. And so I see that red marker. I could probably talk for another 30 minutes, but I will refuse to do it. But I thank you for your time. I do have just a couple of questions for you. As the transition takes place with the city manager, there may be a time for overlap with the existing city manager. Is that an intentional step, or is that something that you've contemplated, how the incoming city manager would interact with the outgoing city manager?
Do you want to respond to that, Jean, subcommittee, or?
I can begin, and subcommittee, if you want to follow in here. Should there be a gap? Jim's retirement date is November 18th.
Oh, no, okay.
And should there be a gap and we are managerless until someone can get here, there will be an interim appointed. So, yeah, we've thought about that, and I do believe that there would be opportunity for an incoming city manager to interact with the outgoing city manager. I don't think we want to, hide anybody from anybody, but yeah, I think there's a great opportunity to learn from each other.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
No other questions then at this
Well,
point?
I won't belabor it, but I did wonder if, with the pending transition, I think this council is going to have a change potentially in the next month or so. Was there thought process about how that would impact a new city manager walking into a situation where the look of the council might change soon after that?
Right, so that is a very good question, and certainly something that we have contemplated also. It is, there is change that happens here every 2 years because terms are staggered. And so we were working with when is a good time to do this, with some folks that maybe are brand new or folks who've been around here for a little while. And so I think just because of the timing, we've just decided, this commission said, okay, we're going to try to get this work done with a crew that's been here for a while. And even though there will be, soon, some new people sitting in some of these seats. So I don't know if there was a perfect answer to the timing piece, working around when our current city manager indicated he was going to be leaving, and then trying to work that out, also being aware of the process, the time that it takes. So it is, I guess I will say this, is that relative to your question, yes, that adds an extra challenge, but also this is a somewhat, there is regular turnover here, and kind of how to manage in the middle of all that. So I don't know if the subcommittee wants to add anything on those lines.
I'll just add as well that we have a really dynamo city manager office team and cabinet level team that they all do incredible work. And I think there's been really very little turnover in upper management and really any department level with the city. And I think that continuity has really helped us achieve a lot of really great things in a short amount of time, especially post-pandemic. But also I have full confidence that that group of people will be here to support whoever comes in that role as well. They're walking into a really talented, gifted team here. And I would also mention to, just recognizing something that I've been thinking about a lot lately, and I have acknowledged with a few members of the team, it's a lot of change for them, right? They get a new boss, potentially, at least two or potentially more on the commission. And we have a new Imagine Kalamazoo plan that's been thoroughly vetted through the community too, which is new as well. And that's a lot of change for any organization. But it also presents a really exciting opportunity as well. Yes. So for me, I think the most important thing is that we keep that forward excitement and momentum about the exciting challenges and opportunities that this opportunity brings as well. And also, I think the one thing that's just an observation about many of the people who are running for commission, the people who I've seen who have been most visible or present, it seems like they've been pretty plugged in. They've been attending meetings. They've been people who've been traditionally very civically engaged. They're asking a lot of questions. They've been very involved in the community. And so, I think that's also a healthy sign for the future of the city as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, we really, yes, Commissioner Cooney. Yes, go ahead.
So I'm going to be one of the ones that's leaving. And I've been around here for a while, 26 years. I want to say that this commission has tremendous values. Their values are great. They care deeply about this community, and they're ready to pour their life into it. And I believe that many of the candidates, especially the ones that have the most chance for success, share that. So I think we're going to be fine. We've had a really fine commission here, and I think we're going to have a real fine commission and mayor going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney and all. Well, once again, Mr. Hankins, thank you very much for being here. I appreciate that. And in terms of our schedule, I know we have time frames set here, and I guess that's what we're going by, right? Attorney Leal?
That is my understanding. What you can do is once the interview is over, you can take a short break to allow the next candidate to come in, or if Pamela is ready to bring them in, then we can proceed with the next interview.
Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up. Thank you again, sir. Appreciate you. Pamela, are we ready to go forward? All right. Well, I'm going to kind of call us back to order, and we will have the next candidate come in shortly. Get started. Welcome, Ms. Lamb. Nice to have you here. Appreciate that. There are a set of questions that we will be asking, and I will ask the first question, and then we're just going to work our way right around here as we get through them. Our esteemed attorney here, Attorney Leal, is also helping serve as timekeeper this evening, so there'll be a clock that sits up here. I believe, Attorney Leal, we have 50 minutes that we're setting aside for this question period. And the timer will be up here, so we'll be able to see where we're at. Colleagues, are we ready to go? Okay. First question. We had reviewed your cover letter, resume, and other application materials. Tell us what specific skills and experiences you bring to this position and why you are interested and uniquely qualified to become our next city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you all for this opportunity. So I've lived in this community for 30 years. I can remember my first city project. I was 8 years old, building a playground, I think, in Farrell Park. That's when I was struck by the collective power of community. I'm a proud Loy Norris graduate, proud K College graduate. When I was at K, I was able to be a student organizer for Building Blocks in the Vine neighborhood, knocking on doors and having neighbors meet each other. And that's where I was struck by the inspiration of neighbors helping each other out. Following that time, I went to Chicago, where I was able to be a community organizer, really working around mental health advocacy. And this was an opportunity for me to understand how to build deep relationships, how to have one-on-ones, how to build coalitions, but more importantly, how to understand people that are struggling and how to have that person in struggle find their voice and advocate for the change they want to see. Fast forward, I'm off to the West Coast. I'm working for a council member. Never thought I'd be in politics, but having a very, very unique firsthand experience of what a council even does, what a council member does, how to navigate incredibly challenging political waters. I moved over into the administration side and started working on neighborhood revitalization. And there I was able to experience, can cities be a positive force of change for neighborhoods? When you have residents leading plans like they did in San Jose, when you have a $100 million budget that is advocated and allocated for those residents, I was able to see that cities can be an incredible force for change if the conditions are right, if the residents are driving the bus. I feel like each of these experiences have given me a little something that I'd like to bring, that I brought to the city of Kalamazoo, but I'd like the opportunity to take it to the next level. In terms of why do I want this job, Kalamazoo is my home. This is where I chose to leave California in an amazing job, an amazing location, to bring my family back here because I'm so deeply committed to this community. I'd like to think that the experiences I have and the skill set I bring has had us make some tremendous accomplishments here, but I feel like we have more work to do. I feel like I'm uniquely positioned with the relationships I've been able to build in this community, across neighborhoods, across organizations, at every level of this organization, put me in a unique position to be able to get ready and build that momentum from day one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Lamb. As you have prepared for this interview, you have had the opportunity to research the city of Kalamazoo. Please share with us what you feel are the top 3 opportunities or challenges currently facing the community or organization right now.
Thank you. Top of mind for me is poverty, right? We know that over 50% of our families are struggling to just meet basic needs. We know our community is working hard, but we know that wages are lagging behind the cost of living. This commission has prioritized shared prosperity, and we've seen some great gains. We have a lot of challenges, but I think in the challenge, I see a lot of opportunity. Some of the work of this commission championing shared prosperity, encouraging us to think differently, think innovatively, particularly you, Commissioner Cooney, can we do more? Can we do more? When commission kind of talks about something is important, that's a direction to me that I need to get more involved. And I can recall a conversation with a small group of funders. What would it look like if we funded differently? And we started researching basic income models that were around the country. Income's RX Kids Flint. Income's this creative model just up the street that we were intrigued by. With some incredible lifting from incredible community leaders, we were able to launch RX Kids Kalamazoo in February of this year. Over $2 million has been deployed to over 700 families in this community. So yes, poverty is a huge challenge. We have to keep it at the forefront. We can't back down. We've got families in need. But I've seen the power of this community to get around complex issues, to come together and have concrete solutions. RX Kids is just one element. It's not going to solve all the problems, but it's a good testament of what more we can do. Recently, I've had the opportunity to join Kevin Ford, our Shared Prosperity Coordinator, on an economic mobility cohort that's hosted by the International City Managers Association. This gives us an opportunity to interact with communities across the country and understand, what are you struggling with? What are you doing? How do we learn from one another? Well, as luck would have it, Community Foundation has also been engaged in a learning cohort around economic mobility. Coincidence? I think not. I think it's an opportunity. I see a lot of interest in cross-sector collaboration, and there's some great models out there. I'll try not to digress. I don't want Aaron to keep me on time here, but City of Charlotte had some really, really discouraging numbers where they were ranked 50th in terms of youth opportunity. Rather than just panic, they used that as a crying force, as a mobilizing force, and they said, what if we organize our whole community around economic mobility? What if we can see and encourage every organization to see themselves in it? What if we commit to the most important goals, commit to tracking data, commit to holding each other accountable? What's possible? They moved from 50th to 38th, and they're not done yet. So poverty keeps us up at night, and we have to keep the fight on. But I see in that challenge incredible opportunity of what this community is capable of when we focus, when we organize, when we collaborate. Second thing that comes to mind is housing, not unrelated to the issues of poverty. When I was volunteering for the point-in-time count this past January, the point-in-time count yielded almost 800 unhoused individuals. We know that over 8,500 of our renters in Kalamazoo are overburdened with their rent. We know that the majority of our housing stock is over 50 years old. We know that we need to build 600 more units in the city of Kalamazoo just to keep pace. These are big challenges, but we also have significant opportunities, particularly when it comes to supporting our unhoused. We've been working on that for a long time, and I'll be honest, a lot of that time it felt very lonely. It felt like the city was out there, and I know other people were doing the work, but it felt like it wasn't adding up. I fast forward to where we are now, and I see a county stepping forward, wanting to put out a housing framework across the whole continuum. I see the continuum of care stepping in and mobilizing community around a plan to end homelessness. We've got people that are willing to come together, willing to point in the direction of the most important, impactful actions we can take, and I think we'll see some results. The last thing that comes to mind is trust. A national community survey that we do every 2 years, there certainly are some positive takeaways, but I can't ignore the fact when it comes to the governance section that less than 50% of our public are feeling really positive about the direction of the city, about confidence in the city, about the value of taxes paid, about our openness. These are not acceptable, right? We can't do the hard work I just talked about if we don't start from a foundation of trust. I think in that concern, I think lies the opportunity. Frankly, I've tried to build a career around establishing trusting relationships. I try to be authentic in any room that I'm in. I try to say what I'm going to do, and I try to do it. I believe deeply in the power of relationships and deeply in the power of aligning around a common interest. I think if we can start to put our minds together on what it takes for us to build trust in this community, I'm quite confident not only will we be better for it, but the other issues that I mentioned in terms of housing and poverty, it all comes together and we're stronger for it.
Good evening. Thanks for being here. Can you share with us how you describe the role of city manager in a commission manager form of government and your approach to leading in a role as the city manager?
Juggler was the first thing that came to mind, but probably not the right one. So in terms of the role of city manager, I think one of the most critical functions of a city manager is to ensure that you have not only, can you still hear me? High-functioning teams, not only the commission, but certainly the city organization, the city as a whole. I think building out this notion of trust, if we're going to have a high-functioning team, the first thing we have to do is build that trust. Right? I already feel quite a significant bit of trust with this commission, but there's always more to do. We're going to have new commissioners coming in. So I think the important piece, first and foremost, is how to have high-functioning teams build that trust so that we can have healthy debate, we can have healthy conflict. We can talk through issues to get sharper on our resolve. We can get committed to outcomes. We can hold each other accountable, and we can get to results. Ultimately, the city manager needs to be serving the pleasure of the city commission. That requires the city manager to have very, very strong relationships with the commissioners, understanding how they want to be communicated with, how often, what are the things that are important to them, understanding key priorities. And the commission is incredibly helpful having an ear to the community. You all can't go to the grocery store without hearing about what's happening and what we need to be working on. That's incredibly valuable information for a city manager to know. Meanwhile, what do we do with that information? City manager is responsible for leading an entire team, an entire organization. It's critical for that city manager to be very clear about the most important priorities for the city. But also, what are the needs of the staff? Where do they need to be supported? Where do they need to be shored up to make sure that we can be successful in making those needs happen? It's a balancing act between understanding what the commission needs, understanding what staff needs, trying to be aligned around common goals, and let me not forget to talk about the community. I'm called to do this work because I believe that community are in the most powerful position to determine what they need and how they need it. What we have to do is listen and be prepared to create our systems, our structures, our decisions, our allocations based on their direction. That requires trust, that requires relationship building, and that's one of the most critical areas of currency for a city manager, for sure.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mrs. Lamb.
Good evening.
Describe your approach to interacting with elected officials, especially when there's significant disagreement on a key issue. What is your approach to building and maintaining trust, productive communication, and good relationships within the governing body?
Could you read that one more time, please?
Describe your approach to interacting with elected officials, especially when there is significant disagreement on a key issue. What is your approach to building and maintaining trust, productive communication, and good relationships within the governing body?
So I think some of that I touched upon a little bit in my earlier question, but I think if I were to jump into the role of city manager, the first job is to meet individually with each commissioner, understanding a little bit more about them, although I feel fortunate that I have strong relationships with many of you. Jumping into this role requires me to take a new approach, a fresh look. I'd love to meet with each individuals to say, how have you felt things have been going? How is your relationship with the prior city manager? What did you like about it? What do you wish you could do differently about it? I want to start with a clear understanding of what your expectations are. Sometimes that requires some discussion. If we can come together and have clear definition for success, I know what my task is, and I know how to bring the entire organization orient around that if we're clear on it. So I think establishing the trust, establishing understanding of expectations. In terms of disagreement, I think, I don't want to reiterate, but if I start with a place of trust, then my hope is that we are able to navigate conflict and we're able to understand that we're coming from a place of shared interest. We love this community. We're coming from a place of shared interest. We love the city team. If we can understand where we have common ground, then I'd like to figure out how to use that common ground to say, hey, look, Commissioner Wilson, I know you care about the city team. I care about the city team. I can't help but notice that this is something that you're struggling with, and I just want to understand it a little bit more. I think if we can build that trust and I make myself available and accessible to have conversations when they need to be had, I feel confident that we can work through that. Certainly if it's conflict between commissioners, I see myself as a role of how can I help, going back to that major concept of needing to have a high-functioning team, how do I help navigate that? Sometimes it might be needing to meet with commissioners individually. Sometimes it might be, hey, do you mind if the two of us sit down together? Let's talk through where this tension's coming from. Let's see if we can identify some areas we can agree on. Can we generate some kind of self-identified solutions? Can we commit ourselves to working through those solutions? And can we get back to the work that we're both called to do? I think I've talked a lot about trust because I think it's one of the most critical things that we can work on to advance us to the next level. And it's going to be critical whether it's commissioner to commissioner, whether it's city manager to commissioner, whether it's myself to our team. I want to make sure that everyone understands the orientation around our love for this community and how we need to trust in one another, that we're going to keep doing the work with that interest in mind. There was many parts to that question. I do want to make sure that I answered all of it. The last part of it was about relationships.
Yes, in relationships within the other governing body, yep.
Did the parts that I feel like I answered your question correctly?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Hello, Ms. Lamb.
Hello there.
Describe a time when you were asked to advance a policy or a program that you disagreed with, and what was your approach?
So something that comes to mind, I think when we were fortunate enough to have $38 million worth of stimulus funds coming our way, part of there's the benefit of having funds coming in. There was also the challenge of figuring out how to navigate, and there was not a lot of direction, not a lot of direction coming in, and not a lot of clarity of lots of need in the community. We have funding. How are we supposed to go about doing this? I think previously, we have our annual budget process, but it was harder for me to understand how we were aligning our values with our resources. And so with this stimulus funding, I think there's an opportunity for us to do something different. So we knew that going in, we had to get community input. We did a survey for, I think, 1,500 people filled out surveys asking what are the most pressing needs right now. And remember, of course, this is in the middle of the pandemic. What are the most pressing needs that you're facing right now? We used input from the community survey. We used input from commission and tried to arrive at priorities that we felt could guide our decision making. But we've also been talking about the importance of diversity, equity, inclusion in our work, and we've yet to be able to find a way to connect our values with our resources. So in this instance, I worked with the former DEI director, Dora LeBonner, at how we could bring an equity lens into the conversation. And she did some fantastic research. We looked at other models, and we were able to add how promoting equitable outcomes as a criteria for screening all of the projects and programs being considered. It was a starting point, but that moving from a situation where we can talk about our values, but we're still allocating the way we've always allocated it, this was an opportunity for us to be able to approach our allocation differently. And from that adjustment, we were able to bring that into our annual budgeting process. So we were able to look at, on the annual basis, when we have special requests coming in, we're able to evaluate our projects and programs against several criteria, one of which is that promoting equitable outcomes that came in through the ARPA process. So I think it was an area where we weren't doing all that we could. We were able to make an advancement and then able to bring that one-time advancement into ongoing processes. I'm ready for you.
I was giving you a chance to go on and get that last gulp. So.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Share with us the most challenging ethical issues you have faced in your career.
So I'd say one that comes to mind was when I was in San Jose. I had recently become the manager of the Strong Neighborhoods Initiative. It was a big career jump for me. I was managing a team of 4, and I went to managing a team of 35, and suddenly I was responsible for the $100 million budget in the 19 neighborhoods and the 250,000 people. So it was a very, very, it was a very big jump for me. early on, I was made aware that a council member was having challenges with one of my staff. And it wasn't, it was more of a personality conflict. I wasn't aware personally of any conduct of the staff that was problematic. I wasn't aware of any performance issues. The word on the street was, this council member doesn't like this person and he's got to go. And that didn't sit right with me. Here I am, biggest jump in my career, just getting into my role, but there was no question I could not be part of something that was inherently wrong. That was an extreme overreach for a council member. And San Jose is a very intensely political environment. The council members carry a lot of weight. When they talk, staff listens. So the dilemma for me was, what do I do with this? I know what's right, there's no question there. Where do I go? So I certainly believe in being candid and direct. I made an appointment with the head of the department that I didn't really have a lot of interaction with, and I just tried to lay it out. I said, hey, I'm hearing that there's strong push for this council member to want this individual to no longer work here. Unless you're aware of performance issues that I'm not, that doesn't sit right with me. That would be an overreach of political power. That would be inappropriate for this young person that's working really hard to make our neighborhoods better, and I can't be a part of it. Not only can I not be a part of terminating this employee, I can't work for an organization that would let that happen. I don't know how close this was to reality, but I didn't want to create an environment where I didn't speak up when I needed to. Ultimately, whether that was a threat or not, it didn't come to pass. I knew that I had to work pretty closely with a staff member to navigate some really challenging political environments. He was able to keep working, I was able to keep working, and felt that I made the right decision to take care of my staff, to be able to be candid and direct with my boss and get the outcome that I hoped for.
Okay, look, some of the top priorities for the next city manager include addressing the issues of affordable housing and homelessness, downtown redevelopment, and infrastructure improvement. As our next city manager, how would you approach downtown development in a way that supports growth and revitalization while balancing the issue of displacement for vulnerable members of our community? Also, please share any relevant experience you have in each of these areas.
So, a very timely question. I think in general, when you think about economic development, there can be the notion that, well, it's all good, right? Tax base, all good, economic development. I think whenever you're approaching development, it's important to ground yourself in the question who benefits and who burdens. And sometimes the burden part isn't always the most obvious. Now, don't get me wrong, I appreciate building tax base, I appreciate having new businesses and new things to celebrate, but having the appropriate orientation to evaluate projects is really critical, right? If we use, an example in Kalamazoo, we have this amazing event center that is coming to Kalamazoo, and there's a lot to celebrate around that. But we also know from examples all over the country that when you have a major economic development draw, you can have the consequences of unintended and involuntary displacement. We want downtown to thrive. We want it to thrive for everyone. Those who are here, those are going to come here, right? Fortunately, there's been some really, I think, productive conversations between city staff, myself, community partners, again, looking at what are other communities doing. There's a very interesting and helpful example in Milwaukee where they had a basketball arena coming in and they created an anti-displacement fund that allowed for taxes that were paid for residents to be capped, and the fund actually covered the increase in taxes that would normally be going to the homeowner. We have some different scenarios. We always have to look at Wisconsin tax structure versus Michigan tax structure, but the concepts are there. What I love about this community is the city is not the only one thinking about that. More importantly, we have community partners, funders, neighborhood leaders saying, this is coming, it could be something to celebrate, but we have steps that we're going to have to take to ensure that everyone can benefit from this. I was in an initial meeting, and I remember walking out of the meeting saying, it's been the first time in a while that we generated more solutions than we identified problems, right? I think the question I actually heard last night is, how much time are you going to take to get this off the ground? You know, the building's coming up. So I think this does require a lot of our time and attention. I think there's good examples of what can be done new, but the conversation also yielded existing programs and supports in place that residents may not know about, or they're very cumbersome for residents to access. That's opportunity for us to jump right now. Let's keep our eye towards a bigger program or model we can bring here, but in the meantime, there's been some very, I think, productive conversations about what does it look like to even go door to door and make sure people are aware of poverty exemption for taxes. They're aware of foreclosure prevention assistance. It's going to take a multi-pronged approach, but what I love about challenges that hit Kalamazoo this way is I'm seeing a number of community partners that are share in the common interest of making sure that we want everyone to benefit from economic development that happens, and willing to work together to figure out how we can put solutions in place to get to the outcomes that we want. So I think that, you know, that is a prime example. I think something we're working on right now, we'll continue to work on in the near future. But I think in general, we start our North Star with our values. We want Kalamazoo to be a place that everybody can thrive. If that is our North Star, then we have to ask the next question. If something's coming in, who's benefiting, who's burdening, and then what do we need to do, what programs, policies, what efforts in place to make sure that anyone that's currently burdened with what's being planned has some supports around to be able to get to the place where everyone can benefit. So certainly committed to that work and committed to being part of that conversation.
You good, Tom? You good? You good? I'm fine, yeah. Okay. Next question. The City of Kalamazoo is a very collaborative community. Describe your approach to establishing relationships, more specifically, advancing equitable practices for diverse groups or traditionally underrepresented populations within our community and in the workplace.
So the first question, the first part I'll answer just in terms of community, and I'm actually going to pull from an example in San Jose. San Jose is an incredibly diverse and rich community. When I was doing the Strong Neighborhoods work, we would often translate our flyers into 5 different languages. We would often have meetings where we might have 2 different interpreters, and it may be that English speakers are the ones that are listening to the translation depending on the audience. So we were always trying to think about creative ways that we could engage all of our community. There was a particular neighborhood, Seven Trees, that was a predominantly Spanish-speaking community, and the city was interested in trying to bring neighbors together to understand what their priorities were and to begin to kind of establish a neighborhood plan. We didn't have any relationships in that neighborhood. What I did have is a relationship with the principal, Adam Escoto, who was phenomenal. He had pulled together the most amazing parent-teacher organization, which was a natural partner for us. So we partnered, as city staff, partnered with the parent-teacher organization to do a listening campaign in Seven Trees. And not only did we have the parent-teacher organization members who had credibility in the neighborhood that allowed us to knock on a door, speak in Spanish to get us invited into someone's kitchen table, we also paired up city staff with every neighborhood leader. And we were very strategic about it. There was a stretch of the neighborhood that didn't have sidewalks, and moms were continually walking their babies to school in the street. So we made sure that the public service director was paired with the parent-teacher leader to walk that stretch, to see for their own eyes about what that needs to be done. Suffice to say, maybe 3 months later, I think a sidewalk showed up. This was an opportunity for us to, one, have to have relationships. The city, if I were to knock on a door and try to engage with residents, I speak some Spanish, it's really rusty, it probably wouldn't go very far, and I don't have the credibility. My relationship with the principal, his relationship with the parent-teacher organization, our ability to work with the group to say, if we're committed to meaningful listening and to have actions result from that listening, would you partner with us? We were able to have a very successful listening campaign. We arrived at several priorities, including the sidewalk, and were able to celebrate a couple of wins after that. So in terms of in the workplace, I think as a part of my role for Chief Operating Officer, I've had the opportunity and privilege to work with two DEI directors. Our current DEI director, Tanya Hewitt-Smith, has a very, very strong vision for the culture that she wants to build in this organization. We have the benefit of learning from our initial assessment of where our where are we not feeling welcoming? Where are our staff not feeling safe? And she's about to launch into another assessment for us to understand how have we trended, where have we made progress, where have we fallen short. I see very much my role now, and even more increasingly if I'm in city manager role, to make sure that I'm here to support Tanya and her vision, that I understand in this very, very complex environment where DEI is being weaponized more than ever before, I need to do more listening than leading in that particular space, listening first. And then when we arrive at the direction we want to take, then it's my job to lead and make sure that vision can come to fruition. What I appreciate about the approach we've taken is making sure that there is a variety of trainings being offered across the board, and we're seeing more of our staff show interest, more of our staff showing up. I think we're making progress, but we know that we have to continue to have conversations with staff, continue to affirm our values about how every single staff person in this organization needs to feel valued and safe, and then we need to continue to do the work to get there.
Thank you.
So we are now down to the last question, and it is a more open-ended question. Is there anything else you feel we should know about you? And what questions do you have for us?
So I think what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about the vision that I have if I were to jump into the city manager role. Now, obviously, you've heard me say the words Imagine Kalamazoo enough times to know my vision is the community vision, and certainly I want to continue to support that great work. But where I want to focus our energy, my energy, is really kind of 3 areas. I think first and foremost is focusing on community. I think we have work to do in building stronger relationships across sectors, across neighborhoods. I feel that in some cases, some of our relationships have eroded a little bit. And if I go back to how important trust is, we've got a lot of work to do. We have a lot of challenges. It's only going to get more challenging, and we need to make sure that we're shored up and have strong relationships to do that. I also feel with regard to community that we really have to pay attention to customer service. One, we have some indication from our survey that people aren't feeling confident in their government. Well, we have a lot of situations where people will call in for services for the city. They don't know what happened to their inquiry. They're not really sure whether it got resolved. We don't really have a culture of having feedback loops. We need to think about every customer interaction as an opportunity to either build or erode trust, and I need our staff to know it's an opportunity to build. So in the community side of things, I think there's specific things we can do to begin to shore up, to begin to build that relationship, to help community understand the value that we provide and make sure we're providing that value. I think the second piece for me is really our team. We have an incredible team of staff working for the city organization. I think we have more engagement to do. I think we have hard people coming to work every day that need to feel supported and need to feel valued. And I want to make sure that the work that we're doing in the community, I can translate so each individual employee in this organization knows how they're advancing that vision. And likewise, that community members know that each individual employee is oriented to helping their visions become possible. I think we have work to do in the team space of understanding how are people feeling about their work. Retention is a struggle all across the board, but we're at the moment not tracking our retention data in the way that we should. We need to understand, why are people coming to work for the city? Why are they leaving? Why are they leaving the city? And how do we shore that up? I'd like to be able to put work together to do understanding and listening from our staff, where they need to be supported, how do I measure their satisfaction on the job, and then how do I start setting my sights on being able to improve and increase that. And lastly, it's the topic of results. I think if we are working deep in community, working deep in our team, I think we're going to see results. I think on the community side, I've mentioned tonight several examples of data points for our community survey that we need to see increase. We want a community that trusts their government. We want a community that feels like the value they're paying for their taxes is worthwhile. We often have work that we're doing that we're not putting out and showing? How can we be more transparent about the goals that we're setting for ourselves? How are we able to track that progress? If we don't make progress, let's own it, let's be accountable to it, and let's talk about what we have to do differently to get there. So I think for me, certainly it's about supporting Imagine Kalamazoo and supporting the work that's happening right now, but I think there's also an undercurrent of work with community, with our team, with the results that I'd also like to be a part of. I think, let's see. I think for me, I look at our city, I look at our state, I look at our country, and we are facing incredibly challenging headwinds. I think the question we have to ask ourselves isn't how are we gonna survive this, but how are we gonna thrive this together? I think now more than ever, Kalamazoo has to come together and affirm that we need to be for all of us. My roots here run really deep. 30 years living here and 16 years working for the city has allowed me the opportunity to build relationships across neighborhoods, across organizations, across every level of this organization. That momentum I can build on day one as city manager. And my commitment to this community means on day 2001, I'm still gonna be here. I wanna focus on this community, I wanna focus on this team, I wanna focus on results. I think that we've accomplished incredible things together, but I think we're just getting started. I love when this commission says that we want to punch above our weight, we're punching above our weight. I think we can. I think we absolutely can. If we work on those foundational items, I think we can only be an example for the region, but for the nation of what's possible when a community comes together, cares for one another, united around our goals. I think we can accomplish even better things together. I'd love the opportunity to do that as your next city manager. Do I get to ask you the hard questions now?
Go ahead, sure.
This is what I've been waiting for. So as I've talked tonight very much about trust being the currency of effective government, and this is certainly one of the key metrics I'm going to be looking at measuring if I were to jump into the position. With the new commissioners coming on and with a new city manager coming on, I'm interested in how you all think we can go about building trust.
Anybody want to start with that? Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Lamb, for that question. I really think if you're talking about building trust within the commission and within the community, it is really getting out there in the community and being seen in the community, and not just being seen, but as you said, listening to the community and being able to go there and really bring back what they're saying to the commission. Because, you know, I think that if you're able to go out in the community and really come back to us with the ideas that they're talking about, then that's also going to build trust, I think, within the commission, because they're going to see that our next city manager isn't just someone that's just, you know, wanting to just go out there and say, hey, I went out there to do this, but they're really going to come here and tell the commission what they're also hearing to invoke change within the city. I definitely think a way to build trust, as you said, is to do what you say you're going to do, right? And to follow through with that, and to be accountable, and to admit when, if we screwed up, if the city screwed up, or if we went down the wrong path or something, like being able to acknowledge that and to acknowledge the faults. Everyone has faults, every city has faults, every commission has faults, every community has faults. Being able to recognize those and acknowledge those and figure out, okay, this is what we did, how do we move forward with what we know now. I think that would be great ways to definitely build trust within the commission and within the community. Building trust within the team, within the city team, I think that's, you know, just making sure that, you know, our next city manager, as you did before, stands up for the staff if they believe something unethical is happening. If they do believe that, you know, something goes against their morals, and being able to have the backbone to say to someone, the commission, that, hey, I don't agree with this, and, you know, lay out the points of why. And again, having that conversation to be, this is why I don't believe with this. Again, let's have this conversation of why you believe this should happen, and come to some kind of middle ground if you're able to, and to be able to move forward.
Other commissioners want to add to that at all? Yes, Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, I have a quick one to add, just to especially the building trust amongst the commission. You've already expressed it, Commissioner Decker, and you as well. Communication. I think having that open line will make us feel seen and heard, especially seeing that translate into the agenda, as well as hearing what's from the community. But secondly, transparency. Not saying that the current administration doesn't do this, but if there's pertinent information to the organization or around the community that we should know, that might help us make decisions or impact our community, we need to know that information. So communication and transparency.
Yes, Commissioner Bradel.
Great question. Definitely have some thoughts about this. I would say number one is just get out there. I think there's a propensity where the city manager has traditionally been a very isolated position. It's like the commission should be the folks who are out there, being amongst community. City manager might serve on a couple boards, but I would challenge you to just not be at board tables, but to be at picnic tables. I would challenge you to be out there in a predictable and consistent fashion. So not just when something goes wrong, not when there's crisis. I think the other thing is like, somewhat like how the president has a platform, so does the city manager. Every single day you have an opportunity in an official capacity to share what's on your mind, how you're feeling, what are you scared about, what are you doing? There's even a formal part on the agenda. And one of the things that I appreciate of when you filled in is that you always use that space for something. When you are a city manager of a city of almost 80,000 people, my expectation is there is always something to share. I see in a number of communities where city managers are using it as a platform where they have a weekly blog. We get a Friday update as a city commission, but why shouldn't the community get a Friday update on a blog or a vlog? This is something I know that I've challenged you and city manager about, but a listening tour in our neighborhoods. And I know you were an active part of doing that, but I also want to keep at that and not just do it once to check a box, but provide a predictability to our neighborhoods and every one of our neighborhoods where we have the ability, if somebody has an issue or whatever, to say, hey, you know what, thank you. And we're going to be having a forum here in the neighborhood in 2 months, and I really am hoping you can bring that there so we can talk about this as a group. I think that was a really powerful opportunity, but I think it's critical that we're there, but also that you are there to hear it as well. And then I'm going to just echo what Commissioner Wilson said, is just communicate. What are we doing and why are we doing it? One of the things I find is oftentimes people will come to me with a complaint about something or say, I don't understand why this is happening, and you explain it. And the number one thing that people say, I wish I would have known that. And what that tells me is what they're saying to me is that we're not doing a good enough job of telling people what we're doing and why we're doing it and why it is actually in response to what people have told us. And the challenge is that sometimes come forth where it's like, well, everybody wants their roads improved, but nobody wants construction. So, we're trying to balance that, and this is what we're trying to do to balance that challenge. So those would be the things I would say that I think could significantly improve that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradel. Commissioner Cooney?
If you are the next city manager and you're able to bring your considerable gifts to that position, that will open up another position. And the position that you hold now, and you talk about building trust in the community. We would need a person in that position who has spent huge time building relationships with neighborhoods, has a history, and who neighborhoods could trust from the beginning. I think that would be a person that would be essential to build the trust that we need. So I think we need both those things in the city. We need the abilities and the expertise things need to be done, but we also need that person who the community trusts and who has a huge lifetime experience working to build that relationship with neighborhoods.
Thank you. So, my 2 cents. For me, it's trust, but also in this position, if you're selected, it's a whole new role for you. So the team you talk so eloquently about and so intimately about, that role is going to change. And so what happens when you start to see chinks in the armor, when you start to notice some of the weakest links in that structure of that team that you all have built over some time, how are you going to deal with that? And the other piece for me is recognizing in this role, you're going to feel alone a whole lot. And the people you thought were cheering for you and have been cheering for you may not be cheering so loud anymore. And what is that going to do? So there's an emotional, spiritual, and knowledge curve that you're going to have to be on. And I really want to raise that because you've been here a long time. You've been a part of some of the things that went really well, and you've been part of some of the stuff that was really jacked up. And so I think for us to build community with you, if you're in that role, you're going to have to acknowledge some of those things and then have a plan to share how you're going to do things differently, and that we don't continuously experience what has been done because it's easy to do. And it's hard to lean in sometimes. And like Dr. Charlay always say, I love it when she says it, we may not always see and agree on everything, and we might leave the table pissed off. But what I know about you and our community is many of us always come back to the table. We always come back to the table. And so I just wanted to lift those things up about that role and what you may potentially be stepping into. It's a game changer for you personally and professionally.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one more thing that I wanted to say. I think another thing that any city manager that comes in here going forward would have to realize that 99% of individuals that will sit on this dais have full-time jobs. And to recognize that city manager position is not just from 8 till 5. You may have to make some time to meet them after hours because some people don't have the leeway to get off of work and to make it to certain things and have certain meetings. We do it because we care, right? But just kind of keep that in your forefront is that 99% of the individuals that will sit here will have full-time jobs, and you're definitely going to have to balance with them of when you can get that one-on-one time and when you can really be productive with these individuals. I think that was something that really impacted me, as I move forward in different, arenas in my career and things like that. So just kind of keep that in mind, is that sometimes people can't make it at 2 o'clock in the afternoon for a meeting and take that time. So that I just want you to be aware of that, is just, take that into consideration if you're appointed to be the next city manager, is that it's not just the 8 to 5 job. It is a 24-hour job, and sometimes you may have to step outside of the norm to meet and to build those relationships with, again, the current commissioners, vice mayors and mayors, and also the new income individuals that are here. And also, the community works 9 to 5, so you may have to meet them after hours too.
Thank you for that question. I agree with what my colleagues have said up here, and those things need to happen. And I think you're very aware of what needs to happen to establish trust in the community. But when I hear trust, I also hear truth, and I would ask that you be true to yourself. That you understand, I think you have a great awareness of yourself and what it takes to take care of yourself so that you can show up fully in community and for community and use your gifts and talents for the greater good of community. And just to say, I need this, and to be honest and open and communicative, and to me, the communication is really making things common, making sure that everyone understands what you're thinking, why you're thinking it, you know, if you take it personally, you don't have to explain, you know, I'm taking a personal day for this, but that be honest and truthful enough with people so that when you do step away, people say, yeah, she needs that time. You can't be all things to all people. Excuse me, and do this job. So it's first, it's truth to yourself. And when you can be true to yourself, then you can ask for this trust of the community.
Other questions?
So I have more, but because of our time, just a couple things. One, I really, really appreciate you all taking that question to heart and giving some really sage advice. I think as you were saying, Commissioner Decker, about the 8 to 5, I immediately thought the community also often works 8 to 5. In all of my career, I've never been bound by an 8 to 5 shift. It's just not when work all can get done. So certainly, you know, I'm certainly open to the way I have to adjust my style, my time. The work that we need to do needs to work for the community, and if we're only 8 to 5, it's not going to get done. So I very much hear that and appreciate that. Also, with regard, Commissioner Pradel, about the notion of wanting to be out and be visible. You know, I had an unlikely trajectory from a community organizer to a bureaucrat. And if you've ever heard me say this, when I first started working for the city of San Jose, I was concerned that I may be starting a career where I'm absolutely going to end up as a jaded bureaucrat. And I didn't know. Well, is that just like an unlikely conclusion? Is that going to happen? The only way that I could protect against it is to say, I need to check pulse every so often. Do I still have joy in the work? Do I still believe I can make positive change? Do I still have a sense of humor? And if any of those questions over time are no, I have to look for a different line of work. So I often say I've got an organizer on one shoulder, I've got a bureaucrat on the other. If I'm in the office too much, the bureaucrat is winning. And I'll often say, if I'm having coffee with a community member like I was earlier this week, they say, oh, I know you're busy. And I have to stop and say, if I'm too busy to have this conversation, I've lost my why, I've lost my ability to stay balanced, and the bureaucrat is winning out. And so my commitment to you in this new role is that I will continue to let that balance happen, and I need to spend time in the community. I need to make sure that I keep balanced. That was a commitment I made to myself. That's a commitment I made to you in this community. I have to be out. I have to be with community. And if I'm not doing that, I can't do this job right.
Any other responses? Commissioner, any other questions?
I see we've hit time. I don't want to have Attorney Liel tell us.
Okay.
I
didn't
just
hear
want
the beeper go off.
to thank again, one, appreciate the engagement and the dialogue at the end. Can't thank you enough for the opportunity to be here this evening, and I wish you well in this process.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lamb. Appreciate you being here. So at this time, we have a recess scheduled for a dinner break, and I see on our agenda here that was about an hour and a half, right? No. I'm sorry. Oh. We'd have about an hour and still stay on schedule? Okay. All right, so I guess I can't see the clock very well from here. Okay, so about 1:45. Yep. All right, so shall we, it's an hour. I presume that works for the schedule for the rest of the folks who are coming in here. So we'll recess for about an hour, reconvene back here. I hope everyone has the opportunity to either go and eat their sack lunch or grab something downtown here really quickly. So thanks again for everybody hanging with us here, and we've got 2 more interviews to go, and we'll start that in an hour. Thank you. We all set, colleagues, to get going here? Ready? Okay, super. All right, nice to see that folks have come back. Just a reminder here for anyone who might be tuning in or just new, this is a special City Commission meeting. During this City Commission Committee of the Whole, what we are doing is we are interviewing live 4 candidates for the coming opening of a new city manager here in the city of Kalamazoo. And we are halfway through that. We've interviewed 2. We have 2 yet to go. We're just coming back off a little dinner break here, and we will be starting just momentarily, getting started with our next candidate. One thing I will do just on the housekeeping side is just remind people that as this is broadcast, or even sometimes it's hard to hear here in the chambers, that we're going to be talking just a little bit about microphone use and making sure that our candidates are getting close enough to it so everybody can hear. I always hate to interrupt people mid-comment. That feels kind of rude, but I guess it's ruder for people not to be able to hear. So I may do that sometimes in the middle of an answer, just making sure. It's always uncomfortable to get right up on that microphone, but really that's what it takes for everybody to hear you. And I think that's that. And we have our Pamela Weidman here, ready to go, and we're ready for our next candidate. We all set? All right, our next candidate is Otis Jones, Sr. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Sure. Do you hear me?
Thank you. Yes. So you may have heard me out in the hall, I'm not sure, but just wanted to make sure you really have to kind of get up on that microphone so everybody to hear you in the chambers, and of course being broadcast, and you want to make sure everyone hears your every word. So if it starts to get faint, I may say something and interrupt. I will try to do that in as, appropriate and friendly way as possible. But anyway, welcome, sir. Nice to have you here. What we're doing is we have some standard questions that we're asking all the candidates. I'm going to start, and then we're just going to do kind of a round robin and come back here. Also, give you time to ask some questions and, talk about things that we may have missed during that time. So I will get started, and here is question number 1. We have reviewed your cover letter, resume, and other application materials. Tell us what specific skills and experiences you bring to this position and why you are interested and uniquely qualified to become our next city manager.
Well, members, commissioners, and Mayor, first I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to chat with you today and lend my voice.
I'm jumping up and interrupting already. I'm so sorry. So I just want to let you...
Is this better?
Okay, good.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a little bit better. People in the room, if you can't hear, raise your hand in the back. That'll help. And also, we do have a time. I just want to remind you, we have a 50-minute time frame for the interview, so this will let you know where we're at in the whole process as I work our way through. Okay, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Well, member of the commission, I just want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity first to address you and to lend my voice to the future of a town that's given so much to me. I lived here for a while and attended Western Michigan University, and I learned a lot of things, and as I traveled about throughout my career over 30 years, the good things that this town embarked upon me helped to carry me through, and I appreciate that. I think I'm uniquely qualified for the position as the things that are outlined in the job detail aligns with my background and experience very well. Been 30 years as a city manager and economic development professional. During my career, I've addressed hardcore issues in cities, everything from redevelopment to developing downtowns, to developing neighborhoods, to affordable housing, and to arresting dynamics within policing to ensure that citizens are empowered in terms of how their policing departments are working. And I'm excited to be here, and I look forward to colleaguing with you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Jones. As you have prepared for this interview, You have had the opportunity to research the city of Kalamazoo. Please share with us what you feel are the top 3 opportunities or challenges currently facing the community or organization right now.
Thanks for the question. What I've recognized in my research is, citizens tend to have a streamline of wanting to have economic development take shape in a different way, in that they want to make sure it's inclusive and that everybody wins and have a voice, and there's a success point in terms of how it turns out. Secondly, there's a need to address affordable housing within the community. And then thirdly is there's been some concern about how you address homelessness within the community, particularly in the downtown area. And those are all areas that I've had some experience with and have demonstrated success throughout my career in helping communities navigate and address.
Good evening. Thanks. Just finishing up a note there. Could you please describe the role of a city manager in the commission, city manager form of government, and your approach to leading in a role as a city manager?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. The role of a city manager is to implement the policies of a city council and to work daily to empower citizens and the city council to make the political governance decisions that the community feels ought to be made. And that's the primary word.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Jones. Describe your approach to interacting with elected officials, especially when there is significant disagreement on a key issue. What is your approach to building and maintaining trust, productive communication, and good relationships within the governing body?
Thanks for the question. I'm a collaborative and results-oriented manager, and so I take that to the relationship building process. I think it's important, and my approach is to really establish a relationship with the commission, where the manager is a practitioner, and so when you start dealing with those kinds of issues, I think when the commission understands that when you're speaking or you're advising them that you're doing it solely from a practitioner standpoint, and that you're coming from a professional standpoint, it matters. And I tend to use that as a way of helping to deal with conflict and through relationship building. So that's what I tend to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for being here today. Describe a time when you were asked to advance a policy or a program that you disagreed with, and what was your approach?
Thank you. I appreciate that. When I was the CEO of the Public Lighting Authority in Detroit, we were going through a planning process, and as a part of that, I firmly believe that it's important to work closely with the community and to empower community and bring community inside of your office and inside of city halls and spaces to solve their problems. And so as I was doing that and having community meetings, and oftentimes I just believe that you don't do that by sitting behind your desk in City Hall. You get out and you get out in the neighborhoods. And so we were having neighborhood meetings at churches, at community centers, anywhere that the community felt comfortable wanting to meet on their turf and at their time and scale, just to make sure that we were getting their direct input. One of the things I learned is the community saw the street light and electric grid improvements as more than just sticks and lights. They really saw it as safety for them. And they really felt that having a wraparound approach to redoing the electric grid and street lighting system was important. To make sure we address public safety as a part of that, make sure we address things like economic development as a part of that. And as some of the policy decisions were being made, I felt that sometimes that those voices were lacking. And I challenged the political leadership to make sure we were inclusive in terms of not only how the work was done, but also too that the work and the economics of the work was shared throughout the community. And we together developed a policy where we wanted to have at least 25% of the effort go to women and minority businesses in a local business to ensure that there was, equity and fairness in the contracting process. And we far exceeded that. We ended up at around 60%, and it was a good goal in that the community not only felt empowered that it was shaping its system in a way that it wanted to, but that everybody had a seat at the table and there was a win-win solution to it, and they were not just getting snuffed out as big business came into the community.
Good evening. Share with us the most challenging ethical issues you have faced in your career.
Most ethical issue is one time I was challenged that I had to terminate a police chief, and it was a tough one. In that it was a chief who had spent some time in the community, who had did some good work, but had lost the faith to lead by the city commission and also the community. And the community expressed to me its desires. And that is a position that requires the moral authority to lead. And citizens have to feel comfortable that policing is done fairly and done equally, and they did not feel that way. And that was a decision I made and informed the council and the commission that I had done so. In the community, I brought them inside the city hall, got them to be a part of the hiring a new chief, also established a citizen committee behind it so that they had a voice in terms of how policing took shape in their community. And it ended up, I think overall, being a good thing for the community because they were empowered to be a part of how policing happens and how they had a voice in that.
Hi, Mr. Jones. Some of the big top priorities for the next city manager include addressing the issues of affordable housing and homelessness, downtown redevelopment, and infrastructure improvements. As our next city manager, how would you approach downtown development in a way that supports growth and revitalization while balancing the issue of displacement for vulnerable members of our community? And also, please share any relevant experience you have had in each of these areas.
Sure, thanks for the question. I've had a great deal of experience in downtown redevelopment. I think here you have an awesome opportunity, for example, with the new event center coming in and the park center, the parks that's around that, to really do some creative shape making. An example of me doing that was when I was in the city of Cincinnati. I worked very closely with the staff, with the mayor and the council, and we worked hard on redeveloping the Over the Rhine section. And we took a collaborative approach, including nonprofit leadership, and we established the financing tools necessary to underwrite the risks associated with it. but also we ensured that that development of that district was done in a way where it was inclusive. And it's one thing when you go out and you recruit big business to locate, but it's another thing when you can get small mom and pop businesses and those who are historically disadvantaged an opportunity to be a part of the vision, not just to be a part of development of a panel or a discussion, but to actually be a part of the success. And there we established a Focus 52 fund. With that fund, we established a Grow America fund where we were able to provide small business loans to women and minority businesses and ensure that they really had a stake and interest in a development. So I think any development that happens downtown should happen in a way where it's inclusive to its stakeholders, and so it doesn't alienate them but brings them in, helps them be successful, so you don't end up dealing with the gentrification and pushing people out. So instead of alienating people and pushing them out, you bring them in a process and you give them a seat at the table and make sure that they have an opportunity of success. Another example, if I may, is when I was in the city of Columbus, Ohio, and I headed up the Columbus Urban Growth Corporation. We redeveloped Galley Field, and as a part of doing that, it was imperative that contractors had an opportunity to bid. And oftentimes, some of our small contractors don't have an opportunity to bid, not because they're not talented enough, they don't have the skills, it's because they don't have access to the capital sometime. And so I worked real closely with the city council there to limit some of the bidding requirements to give them a shot at those bids. Oftentimes in bidding requirements, you have to submit bonds and insurance, and they can be cumbersome for small businesses who are, especially I call first generation businesses who are just starting up and who's just looking for an opportunity they're not looking for a hand up, they're looking for, not looking for a handout, they're looking for a hand up, and they want to be a part of the community. And so I think that approach will be imperative in terms of whatever you do. The other part of your question was what I see as development opportunities. I think the neighborhoods are key and important to what happens in the city of Kalamazoo as well. As I assess and look at the community, I think you've got an economic development strategy and a comprehensive plan, but I think you should spend some time, looking at your neighborhood development strategies. And there's some commercial nodes and some opportunities using the right tools that can empower your neighborhoods and your communities, particularly those who are, historically not able to participate in a way where they can actually win and be successful. But all that starts with listening and getting out and talking with the community and understanding what their needs are. Yep.
The city of excuse me. The city of Kalamazoo is a very collaborative community. Describe your approach to establishing relationships, more specifically, advancing equitable practices for diverse groups or traditionally underrepresented populations within our community and in the workplace.
Thanks. I've talked a few examples, but I'll talk to you a little bit about another example of me doing that. When I was in New Jersey, I headed up the New Jersey Urban Fund, about a $900 million fund, and then I headed up a tax credit program to ensure affordable housing, particularly along the transit areas throughout the state. And one of the things that was imperative, that was often expressed to me by the mayors, the urban mayors there in New Jersey, whether it was Mayor Booker in Newark or, in Patterson, New Jersey, or Trenton, New Jersey, and also in Camden, New Jersey, which were some really urban centers, is that they wanted to make sure that their communities got their fair shake at redevelopment and being a part of it. And so we took an effort to make sure we went right to those communities and not sit in high-level desks, but actually go and knock on doors and meet with people in their neighborhoods and find out what's important to them, and work with them and develop our small business lending program in a way where people who traditionally could not have access to capital was able to participate, and then also to contractors who oftentimes did not have an opportunity to be lead contractors, whether they were, whether they had the experience or not, it didn't matter. It just wasn't given a fair shake. And so we created a process in our scoring system for selecting vendors that allow for a community to have a stake in a more weighted system towards what their priorities were. And I think that was a way of making sure it was, what we did was done in a collaborative way. It was done in a way that respected inclusivity, and we ensured that we had good results.
So thank you. So now we are really, this is the last question, but it's an opportunity for you to really delve into some things that we may have missed and you really wanted to talk about. So it's basically, is there anything else you feel we should know about you? And do you have any questions for us?
Sure. Well, look, I'm a seasoned manager, and I'm seasoned in that after leaving Kalamazoo, I took those values that I learned here and went throughout the country and proved to be successful wherever I went. And as a city manager, you always say, you never can be afraid of controversy. The controversy will come. What matters is how you handle it, right? And anytime I had controversy, my integrity stood tall, won out. And after I left Hutto, after having tremendous amount of success there, during my time there, I took a community and grew it up to about 40,000 people. We created thousands of jobs, over $4 billion of private capital investment, really grew the town. But after I left, I ended up suing the city because the city, according to a jury, the city made decisions that were contradictory of the law, in that they breached my contract, and a jury found that they did so because I was a black man. There's still some discussion about what that payment will be looking like. But it's important for me to make sure you and our other residents know that for me it was never about money. It was about two things. One, I wanted to make sure that the outlandish allegations, which the jury determined were racist in nature, I wanted to make sure I cleared my name. And not only did the jury agree that I had no wrongdoing, but the Fifth Circuit Court, which is one of the most conservative courts in the country, agreed that there was no wrongdoing by me. Secondly, I wanted to make sure that as a leader of an organization, you have a responsibility not only to yourself, but to your employees. And I wanted to make sure the employees had a workplace that was inclusive, and that was important. And we accomplished that task. What the Fifth Circuit ended up deciding is that the jury award may have exceeded the state limits, and so they kind of walked that back. But there's a further conversation about payment that will be happening. But at the end of the day, again, it was important to me to clear my name and to have my integrity stand tall and won out, and that happened. It did. And I'm excited to be here and to get a chance, hopefully, to be of service to you and the community that's done so much for me and my family. not only just the community itself, but, also to the time I spent there at Western Michigan really helped to mold me. And that educational space was important for me as a young man at that time. So with that, I'd like to, I guess my only question for you is there any outstanding questions? Always say to commission, transparency is everything, right? And I think, I want to make sure that when I leave here, that I have given you an opportunity to ask me any questions that may not be scripted, but you may be thinking about. And I want to do that in a transparent way. So is there any questions that any of you all might have of me?
So I appreciate you asking that. Is particular question, commissioners, that in particular kind of tied back to any of these things you like expansion on, or Commissioner Cooney?
Mr. Jones, you no question about your background in economic development. How about in neighborhood development, in poverty reduction, in improving the quality of life in the neighborhoods, not just through economic development, but otherwise?
Yeah, I mean, actually, neighborhood development has been my forte. You may not be familiar with Cincinnati, but establishing the Focus 52 program, the Over the Rhine district was an area in Cincinnati that was blighted, was faced with high crime, okay? And to go in and collaborate and work with homeowners, residents, and to revitalize that neighborhood was key and important. The work I did in the city of Columbus as the CEO of Columbus Urban Growth. And Columbus is about a town of 1 million people. So when you say urban growth, the city center is dealing with the first ring neighborhoods around downtown. And for example, in the Taylor neighborhood, I worked very closely to develop scattered sites, to tear down vacant buildings, and built over 2,100 units of affordable housing units and delivered at the market, and brought the community in a way where we just weren't dealing with just rental units, because rental units don't build wealth. We took it further. We partnered with the Urban League and did first-time ownership programs. We worked closely with the Chodos in the area and the citizens in an area and did the hard work. And so it wasn't, it's a big difference than, my efforts to recruit a convote, where a convote comes to the state and they bring 5,000 jobs. And yes, I've done that too. And there's a lot of literature about me and doing that kind of thing. But no, I'm born and raised in the east side of Detroit. I grew up homeless as a kid myself, so I take that personal. And I take that to my work every day. And so actually affecting people who are homeless, worked very closely with Soldier On when I was in New Jersey. I redeveloped a old military base, and we developed homeless units and established a wraparound program for mental health, work with the Veterans Administration to make sure that they had good services. So I call that, the good trouble, as our Honorable Mr. Congressman Lewis once said. So through my career, I've gotten into good trouble, and I've gotten the heart and hands dirty and worked to make sure I advance the disadvantaged and done the hard blight work to transforming communities and into healthy vitality communities.
So I'm familiar, you mentioned Camden, New Jersey. I'm from Philadelphia.
Okay.
And I remember when Camden, New Jersey was considered the worst place on the face of the earth and nobody wanted to go down there. And you mentioned some development that was done. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, yeah. So in Camden, New Jersey. We work to develop the waterfront in Camden, New Jersey. And as a part of that, also worked closely with the Covenant Home Center, which is their real focus, their national focus is giving homeless children a place to stay and do wraparound programs so that they can actually have a shot at life. Now, I was one of those kids, so I get that. And I had a resident ask me yesterday, asked me had you ever forgot where you come from? My response to that person was, if I ever thought about forgetting where I come from, my big sister would slap the taste out of my mouth. So, no, I have not forgotten where I come from, and I carry that burden every day in terms of what I do and how I do it, to make sure that what I do and how I do it impacts people's lives, because I believe that's part of the mission that God has given me.
So you mentioned Covenant House? Is that what?
Yes.
I knew Covenant House from New York. And
Yep.
yeah.
They do great work.
Yeah.
And we work with them there in Camden. And when we developed the waterfront down there, we did a fishing aquarium down there. We also too did a tech center. And then we, as a part of the tech center, a lot of the business incubators space, we built the business incubator base, but also too we help to actually grow first generation businesses, so they'll have a chance to take their ideas and take them to the market space. And so some of the research that came out of University of Rutgers and the students that were there, we were able to help them transfer ideas into market space dynamics so that they can begin to grow their own business and build wealth and that kind of thing. And so that's the good trouble I've gotten into in Camden.
Are there additional questions related to any of this issue? All right. Yeah, Commissioner Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor. So as a follow-up to the first question, you mentioned some of our top priorities here, or what seem to be the top priorities here: economic development, affordable housing, and homelessness. I'm just curious, just based off of what you've seen so far and your experience, have you began looking at different innovative solutions that you might be interested in exploring should you be chosen for this role, to address any of those?
Sure, yeah, I think the homelessness, I think it's unfortunate, but in this country sometimes we criminalize people who are homeless. And I think it starts with having the right mindset to really understand their challenges and what they're going through. A great many of our homeless population are veterans who's, went out and made that ultimate sacrifice for all of our freedoms, and they struggle. And so I think in order to truly be successful in addressing homelessness and in the communities that I've served in, I've mentioned Camden being one of them, but you really have to take a shotgun approach, if you will. It's not you have to take you have to take a shotgun approach, if you will, not a rifle approach, in that it has to be a collaboration. Cities can't solve homelessness on their own. Cities can be a vehicle for homelessness and the condition of homelessness. The key word is condition, to be addressed. And that's what I would work to do here. And that comes with collaborating with your nonprofits that are here. There we collaborate with Covenant House, but collaborating with your business community. One of the things I did when I was in Cincinnati is we established a public improvement district, and I did that too in Columbus, Ohio. In Northland Park area, we established a public improvement district, and working with small businesses, and we had an ambassadors program where those ambassadors their job every day was to work to help be the connecting box for tools to ensure that people had the resources that they need for the mobility. And then some of that mobility is having access to homes and housing. And so you know, the good work of doing an affordable housing bond, a homeless bond, which the city did when I was in Columbus. The city council was active and wanted to solve that. You have to operate with intent, but you have to also to do so in a way that's empowering to your residents, including, and I found that your residents who are not homeless, once you really get to mobilize your community, they become excited about being a part of that. It's an all hands on deck effort, and I think to capture that spirit, I think that spirit is here, is what I've read. I think the how-to of fleshing that out, there needs to be a larger conversation on that, and it needs to be done in a way that's inclusive. That's what I would work to do here.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice Mayor Hess.
Sure. You spoke a bit about dealing with elected officials and governance and the commission manager form of government. How would you go about establishing relationships with the city staff and department heads and also city staff? How would you lead the staff of the city?
I think as a manager, it's incumbent for you to just to get out amongst the troops. That's what Lincoln called it, right? So you have to, get out of your office. A good city manager is one who don't stay behind the desk. And so what's worked for me is, I get out, I jump in the truck and with my snowplower guys, I get out. I remember during Hurricane Harvey, I was managing that recovery effort. We had lost our water and sewer capacity for 2 weeks because the hurricane took it out. And, I found myself down in the ditch with my public works guys. And the first day, they looked up and they saw me, they were like, oh, that's the city manager. Then when I picked up a shovel, they go, you know how to use that thing. And I go, yeah, my part-time job when I was a kid was working for the city of Detroit. So I understand how to use the shovel. And I think those relationships tears down barriers, and then you empower them, and you work closely with the city commission and the citizenry to come up with a strategic plan. I know that you guys are working on Vision 2035, that's important, but then you empower your staff to have goals and benchmarks and measurement tools so that you can measure that success along the way and bring them in and have them be a part of that. And that's how you develop the relationships and win them over.
Anything else, Commissioner, at this point? All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and your effort in coming here and spending some time with us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
How are we doing on our schedule here, team? Looks like we might be a little ahead of schedule. So should we take a little break? For how long would you suggest? The full, I don't know, I can't see the clock. It's about 7:20 now. We're scheduled for 7:40, so should we actually take a 15-minute break, something along those lines? We don't need that long? A few minutes? Okay, let's take a few minute break then. Which we can. Well, hello, everyone. We're back. Sorry for the unplanned delay here. Due to an unfortunate circumstance, the final candidate is unable to participate in this interview this evening. So relative to that, we've been trying to figure out what our alternative could be. Talked about some other days and other times, and so I think at this point, Commissioner, I'd like to have a little discussion about that. I think there is a proposal. The time is short. We want to give people in the community an opportunity if she, if we offer her another opportunity to be interviewed, that the community has the time either watching it online or coming, depending on what that time is, and we do that before this weekend so that people have an opportunity to watch it live, watch it online, that sort of thing. So I think at this point, Commission, there's also a requirement that we give so many hours notice before we have a public meeting. This is a public meeting. Relative to that, there is a proposal for a 7 a.m. conversation on Friday. So just trying to fit it in with everyone's work schedule up here and that sort of thing. I know that's imperfect, but like I said, it will be recorded. You can watch it from home. You can watch recording of it later. You'll have an opportunity to look at that. In addition, I think there is the proposal that it be a Zoom interview on Friday morning at 7. So I'm just saying, which you could come watch here. We are not set up for a Zoom interview in here. We're set up for a Zoom interview style here in our community room. So people are certainly welcome to come. Certainly if it's no more people than we have here bravely staying for the duration this evening, that crew will fit. But, it is something we have the capacity to broadcast as well from in there. So commissioners, thoughts about that as what we can offer and the response to do a Zoom interview on Friday morning at 7. I'm open to conversation about that.
Mayor.
Commissioner Decker?
Yeah, I'm open to that. I think definitely, we chose the individual because we wanted to hear what they had to say. And because of unforeseen circumstances, I think they still should be given the opportunity to interview for the city manager position. So I am open to the Zoom interview at 7 a.m.
Commissioner Brado?
I think, especially given the circumstances are very much out of the individual's control, I think, and given the circumstances, I think it would be appropriate to permit that.
Vice Mayor?
Sure. First of all, I would like, personally, I'll be sending prayers to her at this difficult time, and hope that she can join us Friday at 7. My understanding is that we can, I don't know, can have a continuance of this meeting. Is that what the word is, Clerk Borley?
Attorney Leal can respond.
What?
Recess up to 36 hours.
We can recess up to 36 hours, and so we don't have to really call the meeting back to.
Although we have to notice this.
Yes.
And Clerk Borling takes care of that. We've got the appropriate time frame for that, right, Clerk Borling? Any other thoughts about that? Commissioner Cooney?
Well, I don't have any great insights. It's just the fact that she earned the final positions, to be one of the finalists, and she came here. I think we ought to do everything we can to give her a chance. And secondly, the reason we're doing it that early, that hour, is because that's the only way we can get all of our people together and it fits their work schedule. So I think there's a lot of things to balance here. The fact that it's going to be taped and people can watch it, and the fact that we want to have the weekend to think about this thing through, to have it all done by then, I think that's the best we can do.
Yes, Commissioner Hoffman.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to say, I echo everything everybody has said, and also I think we should make it definitive, like that 7:00 a.m. is our final offer. I don't think we should continue to prolong outside of that, because we had other people who came into town, and I want to be able to make sure that we're honoring that as well. So if we can make that that offer at 7:00 a.m., the Zoom, that's our final offer, so to speak, I'm with it.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner Wilson.
Yep, and just to add, that still allows the community time to input their feedback online. I think that the deadline is end of day Friday. Okay, yep. The survey or for feedback closes Friday, so that still allows time for the community to give their feedback as well.
Yes, Commissioner Perry.
I think just encouraging folks to know, just because the survey there has a sunset date and time, just so community knows as well, there's still other ways to reach us. We have email. We're going to have public comment opportunity as a committee of the whole on the 20th and at the business meeting as well. So there are ways to still continue to reach us as well, because I recognize that does put into a time constraint as well. But yeah.
All right. Anything in particular that we need to do special related to this, Attorney Leal?
Motion? Yes. It's a procedural to carry on this meeting to a later date, just to put it on the record that you're recessing and reconvening again at Friday, 7 a.m.
Relative to that, I still want to hear public comments this evening, so I don't want to recess right now.
The interview, the motion to, okay, we can do it at the end after the public comment. That's fine.
Okay, great. Now is the opportunity for public comment. If you would like to make a comment for the good of the commission and the community, now is the opportunity. Please come forward, state your name, whether you live in the city. I guess at this point, we'll go with 3 minutes. For committee of the wholes, we often go with 2 minutes, so we'll kind of split the difference if that's okay. And please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Maggie Adams, and I do reside in the city, and I'm a member of Isaac. I first want to say thank you to Vice Mayor Hess, Commissioner Prado and Wilson, and Pamela Weidman from Ref Telus for bringing us these candidates tonight. Most of my comments, though, will be about the meet and greet. I appreciated the meet and greet last night, but I left with some mixed feelings. It was great to see many community members, stakeholders actively involved in listening to each of the potential candidates for our next city manager. It was also a great turnout to the point that it was actually hard to hear or perhaps even ask a question. And yet with this, I smiled because I think what a great issue for the city to have, that we had such a great turnout. Stakeholders were actively present. The part that left me with mixed feelings was, what was the role of city commissioners, city personnel, and the mayor during this meet and greet? Your wording on the website said, this informal event will allow community members to meet candidates and learn more about their backgrounds. If you recall, we held our own community sessions without city personnel, as it's unfortunate folks in the city do not feel like they can speak out without some kind of repercussion. That didn't disappear last night. I walked with some of our members from Isaac over to the first candidate, and as soon as we got there, I noticed at least 4 people from the city hovered around us. This happened again when I walked over to another candidate. It was noticeable and uncomfortable. It felt like an attempt to silence certain individuals or groups, police, or ear hustle our conversations. I did inform Vice Mayor Hess and another city personnel that what I had observed and the uneasiness I felt. And I say this because you're getting ready to decide our next city manager. And so it's important that you choose somebody of all these candidates that you know can build a collaborative and trusting relationship between the city and us in the community, where we can all sit in the same room because we trust each other and we know that our voices in the community are actively being heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Kathy Faison. I live in Township, but my work directly impacts the city of Kalamazoo. I work with Isaac as a housing task force lead, community organizer, and canvassing coordinator. I am the ED for Participatory Defense Movement Kalamazoo, as well as the chair for the Civil Rights Board. I truly appreciated the opportunity to meet with the city manager candidates. It was wonderful to hear about their experiences and their visions for Kalamazoo. I do wish we'd had more time with each candidate, as the environment was quite loud and it made it difficult to hear all of their responses. That said, the large turnout was encouraging. It showed how deeply our community cares, so shout out to everyone who showed up and used their voices. Now, I want to address some concerns. Vice Mayor Hess, the comment at the start of the meeting advising community to not ask uncomfortable questions set the wrong tone. Each candidate had the right to decline answering, but discomfort is often where we have real learning and where growth can begin. We consistently say that we need a city manager who is not afraid to face uncomfortable conversations or make bold, equitable changes that will benefit our entire community. I also observed certain individuals from the board and city employees following Isaac members around, listening to our conversations. That oversight feels intimidating and silencing to the community voices. Everyone should have the freedom to engage openly and honestly with the candidates without any type of interference. Finally, it was also concerning to see public comments times being framed around what's most convenient for the commissioners, and specifically approaching one of our white members of the Isaac family and saying when Isaac should speak. The City Commission is an elected body meant to represent all residents. If authentic community engagement feels too much or too uncomfortable, then perhaps it's time to reflect on whether this role is truly a fit for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening to our mayor, our vice mayor, commissioners. My name is Charlotte Davis with Isaac. Shifting the focus away from a single perspective to include cultural perspectives and diverse community members. That's part of the definition of inclusive community engagement. We were so excited for the meet and greet. It was full, it was engaging, and as I was standing there at the first table, I was startled, I was disappointed, and felt uncomfortable that some officials were following around attendees. I liken this to BIPOC, black and brown folks being in the store when we are followed around. It felt exclusive, it felt orchestrated, disrespectful to us as attendees, and you specifically, Mayor Anderson, Attorney Leal, you were following some of us around last night. And at that first table, Mayor Anderson, you were behind Miss Wendy while she was asking a question, and the next thing that we saw, a staff intervened. We came for community engagement, not to be profiled by officials. Some of you all centered yourselves last night, and you did not center the community. And I do want to make it known, I've been to a lot of meet and greets. I have never experienced anything like that before. Raftellus and you all have done an amazing job of selecting competent candidates who can communicate their answers, what they can answer, what they can't answer, what they don't want to answer. And you all should have trusted that. Vice Mayor Hess, I did receive a message from one of our Isaac family members about when we should speak versus it sounded like at 7 o'clock on Monday. I'm not truly understanding that, but that does feel disappointing and dismissive to hear that. You all, sometimes it feels like the text that is online, whatever you have put on the website, that is not being fully honored, or that the voices that are being raised, that are coming into you all, that they won't be honored beyond tonight. Again, I'm lifting inclusive community engagement. As you all probably already know, and I'm not speaking to everybody here tonight, but you might already know, like some are not trusting in the community of this process. They feel like the decision is already made, that this was, I heard the word smoke and mirrors, and so that's the sentiment. But we are really having intentional conversations with community members and letting them know that your voice matters. Let your commission know no matter what. And it is my hope that community voices and engagement will be honored as written and advertised and shared from start to finish. I want to say again, thank you to Raftelis, Ms. Pamela, the search committee members as well, and Brother Caleb is going to finish for me tonight.
Thank you. Next, please.
Continuing, thank you to Raftelis, Ms. Pamela, and the search committee members. Thank you to those who helped make yesterday a positive experience. Many of you centered community. Thank you. We will speak tonight. We will fill out the feedback form. We will share thoughts with you over the weekend, and we will also speak on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, I'm Kay. It was a really nice meet and greet. I agree with some of the comments here. It was a little noisy, and I feel like the environment was a little too relaxed. I was guilty of, starting a side conversation here and there. Yeah, it's been a very frustrating process from a community perspective and a community organizer to really tell people to trust this process when they see that it's such a rush process, when they see, and I'm holding most of my comments about the candidates, right, because she does deserve an opportunity to speak her, her piece, but one of the things that was really disappointing, to be honest, to see was Lara Lamb on there, and that's something like, even on Facebook, people were making comments like, oh yeah, we already know it's bought, Lara Lamb is going to get it, and like there's a deep-seated distrust in the democratic process that there is for this commission, and a lot of times it's community members who are having to carry the weight of trying to convince the community to be involved in a process, that their voice matters, right, because they don't feel that way. And I appreciate how accommodating y'all have been to the community pushback, but it just needs to be more, right? More trust building. Just want to reiterate that we really need somebody different on this city manager position, somebody who is going to be community focused, community driven, and yeah, the process has been a little frustrating. I just wanted to highlight that, even though, I've been trying to keep up, and I feel like I have a good, sort of good grasp, except after the interviews, I think I'll have a better grasp of the other candidate, but of like the process. But I feel like it's really frustrating to try to get community to come and like trust this process as well. I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, everyone. I think the biggest thing that I would just like to ask the commission is to take a look at the candidates and select who you find to be the most innovative, the most able to think outside of the box, the most likely to take a more nuanced and modern approach to things. Because again, times like this is not normal. We're going to have to, we can't keep doing the same old, same old. We do need change, and we're going to have to adapt to the changing times. So that's all that I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Toby Hannah Davies, city resident. This is the most consequential decision of your entire tenure on city commission. I feel the weight on your shoulders because when I was on the Ann Arbor City Council in the 90s, we almost made the wrong decision for our new city manager. We had two very strong finalists and merely chose the one who would not have been a good match. Thank goodness we contacted groups in the cities they came from. The NAACP, the women's organizations, the environmental groups, the political parties, and so on, for their perspectives on the candidates. That's how we got a really good match for our needs. The match that we need is a city manager who's going to use all the authority and influence they have for several things. First, to get landlords to respect the housing equity ordinance that you passed unanimously, so that property managers give people a fair chance to explain their situation if they have a record. Otherwise, we are condemning people to never being able to get good housing for themselves and their families for the rest of their lives, no matter how responsible they have shown themselves to be, and no matter that we know mass incarceration in the U.S. has caught up many people who are black and brown while letting many people who are white go free for the same crimes. Dr. Rochelle Habeck is going to continue.
Thank you.
Good evening, all. Thank you for your time. So the match we need is a city manager who is going to use all the authority and influence they have to address the systemic causes of the chronic stress that people who are black and brown experience in Kalamazoo. From the persistent effects of racism that unfortunately stay built into the way everything works, housing, policing, employment, etc., until we're able to change those things. This is a problem all across the United States. We all know that. But it shows up here in our particularly high black infant mortality rate. Local research has demonstrated clearly that this relates to the harsh and persistent effects of chronic stress on moms and moms-to-be, and that this disparity persists in infant mortality, maternal mortality, despite the education, income, financial situation, social conditions of those women. And we have black women leaders in our community who have no children today who have experienced these same effects. So we know that these are difficult problems to solve, but we know it takes persistence and understanding from a very insightful city manager. So the match we need is a city manager who is going to use all the authority and influence they have to enact solutions to homelessness that respect the human rights of people who are unhoused. We're making progress in collaboration with the county and other partners, but we badly need a deeper commitment to an array of solutions that are working in other places that meet the needs of all types of people who are unhoused and respect their human rights. The match we need is a city manager who's going to use all the authority and influence they have to follow up and act on complaints and concerns from all our residents about anything the city has the power to act on. We know you will listen hard to the community in making your discerned judgment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers here that would like to take advantage of this public comment period? Seeing no one, I want to thank everyone who's spent the time with us this evening and came forth to offer public comments. Now we're down to commissioner comments. Any comments from commissioners this evening? Commissioner Decker?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I want to thank you to the 3 individuals that we were able to interview today. Hopefully, our 4th individual will be able to make it to their interview on Friday. And I'm just going to say, once we hear from our 4th individual, I know that we, as a commission, are going to have a very hard choice to make. And I believe that we will do the right thing and pick the right person to collaborate with the community, with us, and to move the city of Kalamazoo forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Other comments, commissioners? Commissioner Pradel?
Thank you, Mayor. appreciate everyone's comments tonight, and definitely appreciate everybody who showed up and participated yesterday in the meet and greet as well. I think it was critically important, even just recognizing that when we're in one of these situations, in many ways, the candidates who are finalists are interviewing us as a community as much as we're interviewing them. And I think if I was a candidate, I would be really impressed by the number of people who showed up and were asking very thoughtful, critical questions about our community. It means that this community really cares, and I would see that as a big indicator about this being a place where I might want to work. One thing that I wanted to be sure to say is I wanted to reassure folks that by no means at any point is there any prejudgment, at least in my mind, coming into this meeting. I think it's so critically important in these moments to come in an open mind, and I'll tell you why I've learned that, sometimes the hard way. I'm an employer myself. I have a team at work. I cannot tell you how many times or how many hundreds of interviews I've sat in where I'm so excited about a candidate, and on paper you're just like, I cannot believe they applied. And then they get into the interview and I'm just like, oh my gosh, no way. And likewise, there are so many times where there was the person where I just barely added them to the finalist list, and they show up and I'm just like, wow, I am so glad that I gave this opportunity for this moment to like really consider this person. And I'm gonna give an example really quick, and I hope you'll give me this second. When I was a student at Western, one of the things Western used to do is when they would have search committees for higher level positions is they would allow a student rep to show up and be a part of these search processes. And at the time, I'm just this, I don't know, sophomore or junior, and I get this opportunity to be on the provost search committee, all right, with all these fancy pants people in suits and everything. And on one of the interview nights, they took us all to this fancy pants restaurant. I'd never been to such a fancy restaurant as a kid. I just don't know how to handle being a part of this. But I remember me just being a student there and all these adults having their conversations, asking their questions. And I remember just sitting there and I was watching one candidate. And this was everybody's favorite candidate. Was super charismatic, real smoozer. But I remember sitting there and watching and seeing how that person was treating the wait staff. And I saw that and I saw, there's something wrong here. Like, I cannot believe no one else is picking up on this. And I remember that night I sent an email out to the whole search committee as a student saying, I saw this is concerning to me, and it raised red flags. And sure enough, they ended up offering this, I think they offered, we're gonna offer this person the position. They ended up taking a position somewhere else, and 2 years later, they were charged with a crime of embezzlement. You gotta follow your gut. And one of the things that I wanted to share, and you can take it how you want to about my view on this, but one of the values of having a meet and greet for me, and why I wanted to personally be there, was not to interfere with community. But it's so critically important for me to see, does this person have the chops to be engaged and to be in community and handle the heat and be in discomfort? There's so many times where I didn't even want to really know what they were talking about, but I wanted to see how that person was handling pressure. I wanted to see whether they were up to the occasion to take difficult questions. And so, that to me is sometimes more important than the perfect rehearsed question that you might get here. So I just wanted to make sure to uplift that and make sure people understand, for me, where I was coming from and where I was trying to center myself in that space yesterday night. I also want to share for people who are hesitating and wondering, does my feedback matter? For me personally, this is going to be a weekend of very deep introspection and deep looking and reviewing, watching the interviews again, reading over things, double checking, doing a lot of time on the interwebs, checking out Google. And I'm going to do it the same way that I did when we had our final group of candidates. There were 7 people in the final thing, and I'm pretty sure that City Attorney Leo wanted to kick me out of his office because I was in his office for 5 hours looking at 7 candidates. And I'm going to put the exact same amount of time here. And when people have something to say or something to view, I am going to take that to heart. I'm going to look at it, I'm going to read it, I'm going to contemplate it and think about it. And the reason I'm going to do it is because I think all of us recognize and understand up here the enormous weight of this decision. And it's an enormous weighted decision, just not because it's such an integral, important role to this organization, where 700 plus people's lives depend on this person every day to lead them, to lead this community. But to lead a community of not just 80,000 people, but 250,000 people that we serve utilities to a region that looks to us for guidance and leadership. But the actual reality is as well, is recognizing that we are at a critical juncture in this community's future right now, in this pathway that we can go. We can decide if we're going to be this community next where parents don't have to worry about their kids going out and playing, whether we're going to be a community where we finally tackle the poverty disparities that we have in our community, and whether we decide we want to be the community that people look to that can do things that nobody else can do. This is that juncture. We are right at that precipice right now, and this is an opportunity for that person in that seat to lead us forward in that moment. There is an enormous amount of weight on us to make this decision, and I truly believe that each person who's up here feels that weight, and I want people to know that. That's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner Pradel. Other comments for the good order this evening? Vice Mayor Hess.
Sure. I will say that the candidates after last night were impressed with the meet and greet. They were impressed with the amount of people who came out, who were interested in speaking to them. And I think all of them had a positive view of what Kalamazoo offers in terms of our engagement. And just to speak to the community engagement piece, one of the reasons that I talked about coming to do public comment at our 5 o'clock meeting was so that we could take in your information and that we could do that before we have the vote at the 7 o'clock meeting, so that it could be during a time when we are doing the discernment during our committee of the whole. And so that is my encouragement, to be here at 5 and do public comment at that time. You are always welcome to do public comment at 7 p.m. as well. And so I just thought personally to discern, to move from that meeting, which could be a half hour, could be an hour on Monday night, but then up until 7 o'clock to be able to, continue to discern and do the work of voting in the person that I think is most beneficial to the city of Kalamazoo. So, yeah, I look forward. I hope that we're here at 7 o'clock in the morning on Friday, and I do pray for Ellen. I hope that everything goes well with her, and that we see her on Friday morning. But notwithstanding, I look forward to Monday and having our vote. Thank you.
Other comments, commissioners? All right, thanks everyone for hanging with us and going through the bumps. And now we have a motion. Has the motion been prepared for us, Attorney Leal? Are you going to prepare it on the fly?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'd recommend a motion to recess this meeting until 7 a.m. Friday morning, so as to allow the last remaining candidate, Al Cole, the opportunity to interview with the commission in the community room next door to the chambers via Zoom.
Thank you, sir. Is someone who was interested in making that motion?
Can we amend it to make sure there's coffee there as well? That's all right, I'm just joking.
Did you make the motion then, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. Is there support for the motion? We can discuss it after.
Sorry, to Commissioner Hoffman's earlier point, do we need to mention anything about this being the last opportunity during this motion, or not necessarily?
The last opportunity for?
Sorry, for the interview. So if something happens Friday.
I think that can be done after the motion is seconded. And there's discussion, and that can be brought up during the discussion piece.
Okay, thanks.
Was there support then for the motion?
Support.
Okay, motion is supported. Discussion? Commissioner, yeah.
Just what I said earlier to echo Commissioner Hoffman's point.
Yeah. How would we handle that, Shirley Al? Do we need to, is that an action item, or is that, Vice Mayor Hess?
Is Pamela still in the building? Is she? Do we know?
It's not adjacent anyway.
Okay.
I mean, there's always, I mean, while your motion is to at least recess that meeting until 7 a.m. Friday, there's always the possibility that the candidate may not be able to do it, is still, undergoing the situation that the candidate is going through, or the candidate could always withdraw. That's always a possibility. And if those events do occur, then, it is likely that that 7 a.m. meeting may not occur. And at that time, it does not have to be a part of the motion, because it's it's basically understood that if she's not able to or is not willing to because of, for whatever reasons, then there won't be a meeting at 7 a.m. And we would have to notify the commission, advertise it on the website to say the meeting has been canceled, and other notices that need to be in order to make sure the public knows that it will not happen if that happens. And so I don't think that needs to be added to a motion, but it's something that you discussed and that Scott and myself are, and the subcommittee are aware of, and then we can proceed with that.
So maybe during our subcommittee meeting Thursday, we can work with Pam to get that final say-so from Elle by a certain amount of time.
Yes.
5 o'clock, whatever,
We meet
whatever
tomorrow
that
at
is.
noon, or 8:30, sorry.
Perfect. Good idea. Commissioner Decker.
I just want to clarify, so this meeting is by Zoom, but it will be only the applicant who will be via Zoom, correct? We will still be here. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Roll call, is that what we need?
Yes, and this is a procedural motion. It's not a final action, which is what you don't do in here, a final decision. This is just a procedural motion to allow the meeting to be carried over until Friday.
All right, we said, all right, Clerk Boylan, please call the roll.
Commissioner Decker?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoffman?
Yes.
Commissioner Pradel?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hess?
Yes.
Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Commissioners. The motion passes. I love you, Kalamazoo. We are adjourned. What do we do with all this stuff? What do we do with all this? Take it with us? Okay. Okay.